Hello everybody, good afternoon and good evening to you all, and welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for being here today. Hope everybody's doing well. We are going to play some Cataclysm today because the Classic Era servers are completely offline. And it looks like they're going to be offline until 6 p.m. my time. So yeah, we are back on our Fire Mage.
Strength.
We've been playing Classic Era for a long time without doing anything else because, yeah, I can feel already that I'm going to be bad at this. I'm going to have, like, at least a little bit here where I kind of readjust to doing anything except my Paladin's rotation in Classic Era. Because, yeah, I'm used to, like, basically not having to press any buttons, but when I do press buttons, like, it's like one button that I press every once in a while. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. Alright, what are we doing with the banners? I don't have a quest item. Yeah, I don't seem to have an item for this. So I'm not sure why it's glowing. I could have read the quest. That might have told me. This is the Mancrick server. Dustin, you're playing Outward. Outward is an amazing game. Outward 2, I think, is in alpha right now. So eventually we'll get an Outward 2, and whenever we have a release date for Outward 2, I'm going to do a big playthrough of Outward 1. But yeah, I'm just waiting on a Outward 2 release date. I saw some beta gameplay for it, like, it was a few months ago. Looked really good. I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something with the infected Kodo bodies. Okay, I might have to turn Questy back on. Because, yeah. Apparently, maybe I don't have Questy installed. I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. We're killing the swine, I understand that part. Let's see, we need more information before a plan can be devised. I want you to investigate 3 sites that are heavily trafficked by Scourge. The Warsong Granary, Torp's Farm, and the Old Warsong Slaughterhouse. Okay, so I'm scouting them. I'm not sure if they're just looking for me to stand in the same place for a minute, or if I'm gonna click something, but yeah, we're scouting these. Maybe that's what the banner is. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. We also have a cage back here. Multiple cages that perhaps we have to release some guys. Alright, there we go. That's 1 out of 5 prisoners freed. So we just have to figure out whatever we're supposed to do to trigger the scouting. And we'll be good. Scout the dead bodies. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how it wants me to scout though. That's the problem. I didn't see anything clickable. Maybe I wasn't clicking the right way. Yeah, there's nothing to click. So I don't know what it means by scout. I'll type /scout. That didn't do it. Unsurprisingly, that didn't do anything. You can't interact with these. Scourge infection sick. They're sick, so they're not feeling good. Not really sure where to take that. McLovin, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. That is a lot of support, and I really appreciate it. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us as we play some Cataclysm today. It's gonna be a weird day. Thank you guys for being here for it. Alright, let's move on. Maybe if we find another one of these scouting areas, something will become clear that's currently not clear to me at least. You know what we can do? Let's queue up for a 5-man. Do you guys remember 5-mans? Let's queue up. I mean, we're gonna do horribly because I'm not used to pressing any buttons. But that should be fine. Alright, so we're looting keys off the Necrolords before we can open the cages. My Paladin looks weird, I know. We've had some changes. Yeah, hey, if the Classic Era servers come online, you guys can let me know and we'll jump back over. It's just that they're projected to be down till 6 p.m. my time. And typically when Blizz says 6 p.m. like Eastern time, they literally mean it's going to be down for the entire day. Don't expect it to come back up or play at all. So yeah, but if they happen to come back up early, like, yeah, let me know and we will definitely switch over to Classic Era. I mean, it's really interesting how weird this feels after playing only Classic for so many days and weeks consecutively. It just feels really strange. Valerie, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's an incredible amount of support. That's crazy. I don't even know what else to say. That's crazy. Thank you so much. That's awesome of you. Thank you for being here. Apparently we're not quite at level to get whatever this quest is. We can queue for the dungeon, but we're not high enough to grab the quest. How weird is that? That seems a little bit weird. We're the right level to get into the run, but we're too low to grab the quest. What does that mean? What level are the mobs? The mobs are 73, we're 72. Okay, let's see. Let's put Molten Armor back up. Let's use an Elixir of Wisdom. And then let's try to figure out how we are supposed to play. Because I don't remember. We have a couple of different AoE things going on. We have Living Bomb out there doing stuff, I think. And I think we can just like, do we just spam, or like spamming Flame Strike? Spamming Flame Strike, Living Bomb. We get instant cast Pyroblast procs that I want to be taking advantage of. We can cast Scorch on the move if we need to get out of something. And there's probably like a bunch of stuff that I'm forgetting. We have some kind of proc going on with Fire Blast. Okay, we got roped. Oh, we have Blast Wave. We have this thing. Oh, okay, yeah. We got Blast Wave. We've got the little Dragon Breath thing on a 14-second cooldown. All right. What's the max level in Cataclysm? Yeah, it's 85. Not a stupid question if you're not playing a lot of Cataclysm. Oh god, I have voice acting turned on. Okay, for single target, we can pop mirror images, and then I think I just fireball, barring any like procs. Maybe I throw this down. That didn't seem to do a lot. Okay, we got just ads. He's invulnerable during the ads. Yeah, that was not great. Leather, stamina, intellect. I'm noticing that I am burning through some mana here in this 5-man. So I'll probably need to drink at some point. Like, yeah, let's do Evocate here. That'll get us the majority of our mana back. I feel like we're doing okay. The Death Knight is, you know, doing basically all of the work. But that's fine. We got cloth and gloves here, 71 stam, 33 int, 38 spirits. Yes, I think these would be an upgrade. I'm gonna roll on them. Obviously, the group is moving on. So we will cast our roll. We will win the roll, which is great, but we can't equip them till we're level 73. So yeah, we're getting loot that we actually can't use yet. Which is a little bit strange, but okay. Oh my god, are we going to kill the extra boss? We are. Most groups do not come this way. Because there's an optional boss back here. You forgot this boss existed. Yeah, exactly. Like, this boss is very forgettable because most people don't do this boss maybe but one time. Oh, look at that. Ah, that's mail gear. Okay, let's read. We've got some obnoxious skips going on that most of us seem incapable of doing it. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'm sure they have this under control. Just want to make sure we don't have any aggro. There we go. That worked perfectly. See, when you can do those kinds of pulls, what's the point of doing skips? Especially when you're leveling up and you need any kind of XP you can get. Like, if you can pull like that, just pull everything. Don't bother skipping it. It's free experience. Yeah, we're acting like we're in a Mythic Plus. Exactly. That's basically how it is. It's very, very Mythic Plus-esque.
Who among you is devoted? Do not expect the sacrilege.
Oh, we got a plate chest piece, 43 strength, 82 stamina. Looks like a piece of tanking plate. Yeah, I'm used to looking at plate gear. Absolutely. Yep, this has been a strange experience jumping back onto this character. You know that I forgot we were in Northrend. I actually thought this character was still in TBC content until I logged it in last night. That's how long it's been since we've played this character, or I've thought about them. Is that, like, I thought we were still, like, working our way through Hellfire Peninsula. I forgot that we finished all that stuff and that we had moved on to Northrend. It's crazy. Alright, he gave us a quest, but this was the end of the run. Oh, you know why we got the quest? We leveled up. We hit level 73, we became eligible for the quest, he's the quest giver. So I guess now we have it for next time. Yeah, shout out to Sod, the content nobody cares about. It makes us miss the classic stream. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know how many people care about the Sod content, but it's frustrating that all of the classic servers have to go offline just to update the Sod servers. They should be separate. They should not have to take classic era down. Like, classic era should never have to be down all day because there's no updates. There's no maintenance required. You don't need to do anything. The classic era servers should be the servers that are always up. When other servers are down for maintenance, the classic era servers should always be there. Like, they need to decouple them. It would cost money. Obviously, there would be some monetary cost, perhaps, to decouple them so that you can do SOD maintenance, you can do seasonal maintenance, you can do hardcore maintenance, and you can do them all separately without taking down, like, all of classic era. Yeah, there you go. What will break on the classic servers due to the SOD update? Yeah, how often will we get maintenance now? Like, how many days will there be maintenance to clean up for whatever they drop into SOD today? Like, how many more days will we not get to play classic era? What will they break and how long will it take them to fix it? Because the number will be more than 0. They've got to make sure they don't give druids pole arms again. Yeah, exactly. Anytime they do a major update where they put content into the game, they typically take the servers down all day. It's just what they do. It probably doesn't take that much time to push things out, especially because they preload a lot of the update. But yeah, anytime they do a patch or a big update, it's always off all day. So yeah, I mean, there's a chance that it comes up early. Sometimes they'll come up in the afternoon, you know, they'll say 6 p.m. Eastern, but sometimes it comes up at like 3 or 4, but we'll see. If they come up at any point, I'll switch over. Yeah, how will the 3 SOD players get by without the 1 new raid boss to kill? I don't know, like... I really don't know about, like, why people like SOD, who's playing SOD, how many people it is. It can't be a lot of people that play. I talked to somebody yesterday in the stream, like, trying to find out, like, what people liked about SOD who were playing SOD, and he said he just liked seeing the raids that he didn't get to see in vanilla. And like that's definitely valid. And I think if you have a raiding guild, then obviously like that's probably the way to experience the content, but I don't know. I just never cared. It never did anything to make me care, and like the further it got away from being classic, the less I cared about it. Like, I can't imagine playing a bunch of SOD and having that be, like, what you do with the game. It would be crazy to, like, just play SOD. And, like, that's how you play WoW. SOD Phase 1 was okay. By Sod Phase 2, all we were doing was standing at the dungeon portals running back to back to back Scarlet Monasteries till our eyes bled. So I would say with the XP bonus, Phase 2 was already crap when it dropped. When Phase 2 dropped, it was already not Classic Era, because they immediately did the thing they said they weren't going to do. When they developed Sod and they were talking to us about it initially, they said that we would never have an experience bonus for a current tier of content, which means that if you were leveling when the phase dropped, you would never have an XP bonus if you were at level cap for the current phase. And they went back on that immediately. And as soon as they went back on that in Phase 2, the way to level up in the game was simply to dungeon grind. Add to that the complications of trying to get any questing done in Stranglethorn on a PvP server with the PvP event, and what that creates is an environment that takes people completely out of the world. Suddenly, no one's exploring in the world or questing in the world anymore, because the efficient thing to do is to stand at the dungeon portal and just do dungeons all day long. And that was it. And then by Phase 3, they included the PvE event, where now you do a mix of, you know, farming dungeons, but also you're running this open world PvE event over and over and over again, and then that becomes the way to level up. And it's just, that's not Classic. That's not a season of Classic. That's a season of World of Warcraft with a Classic skin over it, because it isn't Classic. It's got nothing to do with any of the concepts of vanilla. But Phase 1 was okay. Phase 1 was okay because we didn't have an XP bonus in Phase 1, and the game played like Classic WoW. You went out into the world, you did quests, you did some dungeons, you got some loot, maybe you PvP'd, maybe you did the raid. Like, Phase 1 played like Classic, with some changes. Phase 2 no longer played like Classic, Phase 2 played like retail. Yeah, they need to add content people like, but they also need to do it in a way where the content stays in the game. Like, I don't think the way to add new content is to put it into a season, because the season is temporary and eventually the content goes away. So if you are going to develop new content and you are going to do new things, it needs to be done in a place that is permanent, that has permanence. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting your development time, making stuff that eventually you're going to toss in the bin when the season ends. I'm surprised we're not skipping this boss too. A lot of groups just skip this boss, so I'm pretty sure you just walk right past him. probably don't have to stand in the blizzard. I could probably move out of the way.
Your efforts are
There we go. 60 stam, 26 int, 22 spirit, level 74. We'll definitely roll on that. If we win it, we can't even equip it for a while. Well, I don't know really how long of a while it will be. It's okay, we didn't win the item anyway, so we don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, I think I'm at a point where I really don't want to see new content from the classic team. I think what I really want are just them to open up the era servers. I know it's something we talk about a lot, but I think more and more I just want era servers open for TBC in Wrath of the Lich King, and then that would be fine. And then they don't have to do anything else. Just have permanent era servers open so people can play in the era that they want. I think a lot of people would probably play in multiple eras. It would just give you a lot of different types of actual classic WoW to play. Because like right now you have classic era, which is classic. Assad is not really classic, and Cataclysm isn't really classic. So I feel like for people that enjoy like WoW when it was actually classic, I feel like just having an era server for each era, it feels like it just needs to happen. Yeah, it could split the game. See, I think the idea of rotating is a bad idea because the thing that makes era great, one of the things that makes it great is the permanence of it. That's a part of what makes classic era great, is it's permanent. It's not going to get patched, there's not going to be new content, the level cap is not going to go up, the mechanics are not going to change, the class design's not going to change. Like, it's permanent. You can do things there and you know exactly what to expect in the future. And if your progress is somehow made temporary, or if your progress gets wiped every 2 years or something like that, I think that takes away from a lot of the enjoyment and a lot of the pleasure from playing on an era server. Because that's what I love about playing here, is I know I can build a home here. Like, this server's been around since the beginning, it's going to stay around, I can keep playing here. I'm talking like I'm playing classic. That's what I like about Whitemane, is Whitemane to me is a permanent home. It's a permanent home, it's a place I can be, it's not going to change, it's not going to become Cataclysm one day. It's not going to be Warlords of Draenor Classic. It's always going to be Classic Era. My characters are always going to be able to stay there, and so that's why I say we need era servers. Like, when I say an era server, I just mean a server that goes online, stays online, and never changes from its game state. And you have one server of each type. So one PvP, one PvE. That's it. And yeah, I feel like that would be like just a good thing to have, because as classic players, we're kind of missing out. We're missing out on two versions of classic that we could be playing. And not everybody has like hours and hours and hours a day to dump into the game, but like I would probably play multiple eras. I would definitely play TBC era, and I think I would also find some enjoyment in playing Wrath era. Yeah, Lael, we're on Kata because the classic era server's down, like the stream title says. The only reason we're on Kata today is because the classic era servers are offline. If they come up at any point today, I'm gonna switch right back over. But I figure in the meantime, I could just play some Cataclysm, level up this character, and we could all hang out. Because the alternative is, I don't stream today. And I wanted to stream today. Yeah, we've talked about progression servers too, and progression servers are nice, but it's kind of the same thing where like that would be really fun, you know, to work from vanilla to TBC to Wrath of the Lich King, and then every 2 years you have a reset. That's a cool idea. I like that idea a lot. It doesn't offer the same kind of permanence, obviously. The way that it offers permanence is this. Like this is how progression servers and a classic era static servers work together. Is that I feel like if you want to do a progression server, at every point along the way, a person should be able to transfer their character out. Like, let's say you want to do TBC stuff, but you don't want to go on to Wrath of the Lich King. So you should have an off-ramp built in where you can then send that character to a TBC era realm, and you can just keep playing TBC. Or, you know what I mean? Or, you know, maybe you don't even want to go past vanilla. You just transfer to a vanilla realm. And then also having like having a Wrath era realm, so that when the progression server is over and we're in the period between the reset, if those people who are max level in Wrath, they want to stay in Wrath, then they can go do that. So I feel like a progression server works, like, but only really when you have static era servers to transfer characters off to, because otherwise it's like you're gonna get your progress wiped every 2 years. That's cool for some people, but it's not cool for a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people will spend as much time in a place where they know they're going to lose their progress eventually, than as they would in a permanent situation. Yeah, I would take progression over nothing as well. I just think that I hope that they would have the ability to think a little bit further ahead and realize that if you're going to have progression servers, like, you really need exit ramps for players that want to stay in a certain era.
Impossible! The Raja is eternal! The Raja is...
Did we have any quests here? Let's teleport out and teleport back in and see what we have going on before we drop group. Yeah, it looks like we do have a quest to turn in. Like, when I talk about a progression server, I talk about like a server that's going to start off in vanilla era. They're going to patch in the content, it's going to move on to TBC, they're going to patch through the content, it's going to move on to Wrath, they're going to patch through the content, and then it ends in Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath is the end of Classic, so it's the end of the progression server. And then you'd probably give out you'd probably give a 50% XP buff for the entire, you never increase it, it's a flat 50% XP buff, you have it the entire time from front to back.
For the Horde.
And then every 2 years you get a reset.
Dabu.
Knowing Blizz, they'll leave a Kata era. Like, we'll move on to Mr. Pandaria, and they'll start leaving an era server with Kata. That would be so sad. That'd be terrible. I guess I could leave this group now that we got that turned in. No, I don't know. I hope that doesn't happen. Let's see. What do we got going on? We need to scout the other buildings. I would hope that not a lot of people would play Kata era. If you're playing Kata era, I think you might as well just be playing Mr. Pandaria, right? I mean, there's not really a big reason to want to play Cataclysm forever, I don't think. It looks like we're getting credit for scouting these just by walking up to them. Yeah, I noticed we are getting credit. That's it. We just walk up to them, It considers them scouted. It keeps shining. That's deceptive. Like, it keeps shining. Like, it makes you think you have to do something, but you don't have to do anything. Also, I didn't really see, like, I'm gonna watch this time to see if I see the quest complete pop up. Because I didn't see it. Yeah, there's no... Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, maybe I missed it with the other ones. There we go. That's all done then. Let's turn these in back here first. Before we talk to the dude in the tower. I think a lot of people want Mist of Pandaria Classic. That's the weird thing. I think for a lot of people, Mist of Pandaria, for some of them, it's their favorite expansion. Some people, obviously, like when you're talking about WoW expansion, there will always be people that missed that expansion, people that like didn't play during the expansion, or they started playing after that expansion. Like, but yeah, I think calling it Classic is too much. I think you just call it like Reforged. I know Reforged is not a very popular brand, but I think calling it Cataclysm Reforged or Mist of Pandaria Reforged is a lot more honest than just continuing to call them all Classic.
What now? Our time will come.
Alright, let's see. Rescue Kodos. Okay, here we go. I knew we had to do something with these diseased Kodos. I just didn't know what. Now we have the quest. Looks like we have an item to use. Oh god, no. Okay, do we just ride them back here? No. We have a very specific place that we need to ride this thing, and I have no idea what it expects us to do. Okay, let's see. Rescue 8 infected Kodo beast. Take this riding saddle. You'll notice I've placed a tiny medicine dispenser in the mouthpiece. That thing will cure the infection as soon as the Kodo bites down. Once you've cured the sick out of them, you'll need to ride them home. Where is their home? If this is not their home, then I don't know where their home is. Maybe back this way? Yeah, no, they don't seem to want to be home. Do I have to, like, talk to him? Deliver Kodo. We have to push a button. We have to push a button. See, I did not like Mist of Pandaria Remix, but I did like the Mist of Pandaria zones, and I did like the Mist of Pandaria music. Like, for me, I would level through Pandaria once. I would level through Pandaria once because the zones are beautiful, the music is beautiful. Like, I didn't play a lot during Pandaria. I got one character to max level, and then I basically quit the game until Draenor came out. So, like, I am one of the people that missed out on MoP. So I would probably play MoP on a character, level through the zones, and, you know, maybe try to see some of the endgame content. We'll get LFR in MoP Classic, so, like, having LFR makes it easier for me to do raids, like, during the day, during times when I would normally play the game. So, like, I would play MoP on one character for a little while. Probably very similar to how much time I spent playing Classic, Cataclysm. Like, we spent a little bit of time playing Cataclysm, but, you know, ultimately the time was limited. Yeah, when people talk about Mist of Pandaria, they often tout how well done the raids were. I always hear good things about, like, the Fury of the Thunder King. Is that the raid that everyone likes from MoP? Who said there will be a MoP Classic? I did. Because obviously they're going to keep releasing Classic versions until there's no more interest in the community. It's just, it's so obvious, like, they don't have to announce it or talk about it. The last bit of content for Cataclysm drops in January, and by April, We'll either be playing Mr. Pandaria Classic, or we'll know when the release date's going to be. Like, they don't have to announce it. It's just a given.
Keep an eye on that tunnel. We must not let
Like, if it's a chance to sell deluxe editions, and it's a chance to sell more WoW tokens. So obviously they're going to release Mr. Pandaria Classic. Again, it's like some people don't like MOP, but for a lot of people, it's their favorite expansion. And the MOP remix was like a litmus test to see how interested people were to play in that era, and to gauge people's response to the Mr. Pandaria content. And I think overwhelmingly, people really liked MOP Remix. And a lot of that was because they liked the MOP content. They liked the zones, they liked the dungeons and raids. And yeah, so we're definitely looking at MOP Classic spring of 2025. Sometime in the spring. Everybody died. Why did the tank die? Why are these people dead? At least the healer's alive. That's good. I have a hole in my chin today. Just pretend that 104 of you did not just see me spill coffee onto myself. Okay? I would really appreciate that. Actually, I found the problem. And the problem is that the lid is not securely fastened. It wasn't a chin problem, it was a malfunction. Mechanical failure. At least it's not McDonald's coffee. I'd have to file a lawsuit. My skin would be scathed away. I'm not even gonna clean the stain off my shirt. I'm gonna let it ruin this shirt because, you know, professionalism. Inspect your coffee mug before trying to drink it on stream. Always a pro idea. Now I'm scared to take a sip. I don't know if it's gonna work. There's probably like residual spill like around the rim of the cup that's gonna spill on me some more as soon as I try to take a drink. Let's see. Okay, we're back to some kind of normalcy. I have the confidence to drink coffee once again. Yeah, please turn around while I drink. Yeah, exactly. Please close your eyes while I try to drink this coffee. That's pretty good though. I made it in more than a year. That's my first on-stream spill, I think. And it's been like over a year that I've been streaming, so I feel like that's pretty good. Especially because in reality I spill stuff all the time. So it's kind of amazing that it hasn't happened yet. I remember the last time we did this boss, okay, here he is. The last time we did this boss, he stayed down here like forever. And it started to feel like he was never going to surface, but it looks like they got him. I don't know if it's like really smart for us to be throwing out like a bunch of AoE. But we're going to do it anyway. So, you know, we got to pad the numbers. Oh god. We've maybe padded too much. There we go, we got him. Have I really been streaming for a year? Yeah, we started streaming in May or June of last year. I was doing the human Paladin on Blood Cell Buccaneers back when we were doing a bunch of hardcore, and that was the character that I started streaming on, and that was sometime at the end of May, beginning of June. So yeah, it's been a year and a few months actually.
awaits you! The pestilence upon you, my brethren! Feast on their flesh! Brethren, feast on their flesh.
The classic era servers back up. Confirm. Right on. And then we'll kill this boss, and I'll have to do some changes to the title of the stream, and we can switch over. He's dressing up as a character from Silk Song for Halloween. A game that's not even out yet. A game that might never be fully released. I forget what the character's name is. Hornet? Silk Song? That's what he's dressing up as for Halloween. How do I always keep good posture? I keep good posture because if I don't keep good posture, I pay for it later. I also have back muscles and core muscles from almost 20 years of weightlifting, which makes it easier to have good posture. If your core muscles are weak, or your back muscles are weak, then you will naturally slouch. If those muscles are stronger, then it's easier to practice good posture. Let's leave. I'm ready to go back to classic era. Let's leave the instance group. I'm so happy that we can go back into classic era. Let me hearth out, and we'll get some things switched over. I have to change some stuff about the stream title, change the thumbnail. Alright, so everything should be changed over. Let me switch game versions. Nice. Let's see. Load anyway. Now I guess I should check and make sure that we are up to date. Let me open CurseForge really fast. I updated them earlier, but maybe there are more updates. Okay. There we go. Back home. This feels better. I noticed they have messed with my action bars, so my action bars are not set up. They probably turned off auto loot or something like that. They probably turned off combat text. Combat text always gets turned off. Auto loot's still on. Floating it's enabled, so hopefully it's working. Let's get our action bars back. There they are. Amazing. And let's hope that nothing else is too fundamentally borked. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That was a misclick. I realized that when we respect, I didn't spec back into Sanctity Aura. So we have a little bit of a different build that we're going with. We respect at the end of the day last stream. So yeah, I'm not sure how this build is going to do. This build we're going to use Blessing of Wisdom, and we're focused more on our mana pool and just being like mana conservative. Like I took 5 points in Divine Intellect to give us 10% more intellect. I'm hoping that pays off, but I'm not sure if it will. I went into Benediction. We did not go into Blessing of Might. And I did not grab Sanctity Aura. So maybe we'll have to grab that still. We are still doing kind of a holy damage build. But yeah, I guess my point is I might end up respecking again like very soon if this doesn't really work out. For now, let's go ahead, we'll hearth back to Ironforge. Actually, do we want to hearth back to Ironforge, or do we want to go into Stranglethorn for a bit? Let's take a look at like what we have going on. Yeah, I know, I think we can just go to Booty Bay. Yeah, let's go to Booty Bay. You know, I'm tempted to respec now before we even... I don't know if I'm gonna like this build or not. Am I gonna like this build? I don't know if it's like, if it changes enough to be worth it. I also don't know if maybe Divine Intellect is not really worth taking unless you're stacking a lot of intellect. Because I'm assuming this would increase our overall intellect, so if I had a bunch of intellect gear, I'm assuming that having intellect gear would feed into this. We don't have any intellect gear, so this is just increasing our base intellect. And maybe it's not worth it if you're only working with base intellect. That's kind of what I'm worried about. Like, is this worth it if I'm only dealing with base intellect? I don't know. I feel like maybe it's not. I feel like it might be a good idea to run Blessing of Wisdom. But I don't think these 5 points are really worth it for us. I think that only comes into play like when you're stacking a lot of intellect gear. But I'm not for sure.
Need help? Be careful.
Yeah, look at this. Like, it only increased our max mana by like 100. We spent 5 points in this, and it increased our mana pool by 100. That's not significant. 100 is not, it's not even a heal. So, yeah, I don't think that's worth it unless you're, like, going full healer and you're going to be running around in a lot of intellect gear. Then I think maybe that would play a bigger role, but we're going to skip that one. What we will do, we'll get on a flight here and we'll do our spec in flights, and I will try to be slow and meticulous, and we'll try to figure out, like, what we want to do. I might skip Blessing of Might for now, because I do think I want to run with Wisdom for a while to see if that's going to, like, keep our mana going. So maybe I'll go Benediction. Yeah, we'll look at it in flight. Is there anything else I want to do here before we leave town? My maps aren't working. This is good. This is good. Okay. There we go. Okay, we have a map now. That's better. It's better to have a map than not have a map. We shouldn't have anything to train. Coming soon. Okay, we're good there. Professions should all be good. Yeah, I think we're good. Bags look okay. We have a little bit of mage weave that I can probably send to my bank alt. Besides that, everything is quest items. I need to check the price of Wildvine. I didn't get around to it. Somebody told me that it sells on the auction house, or could possibly sell. Alright, let's see. We know we want Divine Strength. Let's grab that. And we know we want Improved Seal of Righteousness, because that's the build we're doing. Beyond that, I don't think we need anything else here. I never even look in Protection. No, we need nothing from Protection first here. I think I'll go reduce the mana cost of our Judgment and Seal spells. And then I don't know. We could go Blessing of Might. But if we're going to be using a lot of Blessing of Wisdom, then there's not really a good reason to waste the points. Am I going to feel like a drastic DPS decrease if I do it this way, though? Buffalo Bill, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Oh, choices. I worry that our kill rate will be too low without Blessing of Might. That's the only reason I kind of worry about doing a Wisdom build. I worry about that kill rate. You know, we can buy level 45 water now. So, like, maybe I don't have to worry about it too much. With level 45 water, we're going to refill mana, like, super fast. So, maybe we don't have to worry about it. I want Pursuit of Justice. I don't know if I want to waste the points here. Because I don't know if I need to judge more frequently. Or if I'd be better off with some points in parry. This is the one that always gets me. Because this is part of the reason why, you know, we're going through mana a little bit faster. Because we're judging more often. We could go into Retribution Aura. We could do Ret Aura instead of Sanctity Aura. Ret Aura causes holy damage to anybody that hits us. Or we're getting hit quite a bit. There we go. I'll put 2 points in deflection. That'll give us a little bit of parry chance. And we now have 1 point in vengeance. Gives you a 3% bonus to physical and holy damage for 8 seconds after dealing a critical strike from a weapon swing, spell, or ability. So we should be proccing this like pretty frequently. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. The maps, the Elytrix maps are just completely hosed today. They're so hosed. Yeah, like see how they're working? Like nothing is working well. Everything is kind of a little bit busted. I wonder if the maps are not showing. Yeah, questy objectives don't seem to be showing. I wonder if it's something that got reset in the tracker. They somehow managed to bork Elytrix maps, I think. I don't think that I don't think that Questy's the issue. I haven't not used Elytrix maps in so long that, like, I don't know. Oh good, yeah, I have to turn it off. It's just completely busted. Okay. That's so bad. Okay. Let's see if everything's gonna work a little bit better now. There's problems with the maps in SOD too. Yeah, the thing is, like, our objectives are just not showing on the map. I don't really need them, so I'm just gonna keep playing, but it's kind of messed up. There are no more updates. I've updated all of my mods multiple times. I just checked CurseForge and they don't have any more updates for me. I'm sure they do need to make an update. Yeah, they obviously many add-ons are currently broken. So they're gonna have to, like, put out some updates, but who knows when those will go out. Yeah, for now, we just have to deal with a map that has basically zero functionality. At least we can see ourselves on the map, you know, at least that still works. Yeah, let's just keep getting this issue as well. Your add-ons are experiencing a large number of errors and maybe slowing down the game. They're slowing down the game? Like, in what way are they slowing down the game, you say? I am going to go ahead and ignore you. Because I don't think there's any way they're actually slowing down the game. The game seems fine. Alright, so we have to head over this way for Zanzil stuff, and there's also Chucky. He's hanging out over there by the beach. We could I think we could take the beach. Actually, I got rode up on by some horde that seemed to come from the beach. So maybe we try going that way. You guys will notice that track minerals is working even though we don't have track minerals showing up over here. Like, we have no icon here. Track minerals is on and it's working. So we are good on that front. Have I played Dragon Age Inquisition? Yeah, I played a little bit of Inquisition back in the day. It was okay. The combat was a little bit too like actiony, a little bit too like kind of boring, but it was all right. Valeguard looks like much of the same that we saw with Inquisition. I'm not really interested in Valeguard. Like whoever made Valeguard, they need to go back and play Dragon Age Origins, and also they need to go back and like watch the release trailers for Dragon Age Origins and how absolutely effing metal they were. And then they need to reevaluate like the games they work on and maybe just make a game that feels more like actual Dragon Age. But to be fair, Inquisition already felt like less of Dragon Age. Like it had already lost like some of its heart. But yeah, I'm not interested in Valeguard. What am I looking for here? I'm missing something. Oh, here we go. Nothing I have seen from Valeguard makes it look any good. It doesn't look interesting to me at all. The combat doesn't look fun. The graphics don't look that good. The few voice lines I've heard spoken out loud, while the voice acting is top notch, nothing I've heard sounded interesting. You know, like when you're plucking dialogue for like reveal trailers and stuff, you should try to grab some like interesting dialogue that like kind of like pulls viewers in and makes them curious. And like nothing about Valeguard makes me curious. Everything I've seen for Valeguard makes me want to not waste my time with it, or my money for that matter. Yeah, it doesn't look like a game that I want to play. It looks like it's like a Dragon. If Dragon Age Origins had like a Disney cartoon, that's what it looks like. Dragon Age Disney cartoon. That's what they should call the game. Inquisition was a hard okay. It was okay. You know, the thing is, like, if you played Origins is a straight up actual RPG with actual RPG systems and actual RPG mechanics. And by Inquisition, they had stripped away a lot of the mechanics that made it an RPG, and they just kind of turned it into more of an action fantasy game. Which is fine, but that's like not what hardcore fans of Dragon Age really want. And the same seems true of Valeguard. It just seems like it's going a step further in that more actiony combat direction and more like cartoony graphics. And that's really not what Dragon Age players like historically have liked about Dragon Age. Like I said, you should watch the original trailers they put out for Dragon Age Origins back in the day. And just look at how metal that game is compared to what we've seen for Valeguard. Why do a lot of devs feel so disconnected from games today? Probably because they don't play the games. And a lot of it is, a lot of times they're younger people making the games now. And so like, even if a younger person does play games, they're not exposed to the same games that like the last generation of gamers were. Like a lot of people making games now, like they probably didn't play Dragon Age Origins. You know what I mean? And then there's lots of other reasons why games are the way they are now. Like games... Games development now is a little bit less... not honest isn't the right word. It's a little bit less raw than it used to be. Like, people used to come up with game worlds and ideas and characters and stories, and they just used to tell those stories and have those characters in the video game medium. And now, like, everything that video games do, like, it's so overanalyzed and just, like, commercialized, and everything just kind of gets washed out and feels really bland, really flat, really soulless. And I think it's obviously it's the people making the games and running the game companies. Like, maybe it's that they're not gamers, maybe it's just that they're younger people and their sensibilities are different. I don't know. I don't really know what it is. It's not just one thing though, you know. But it's not all games, because then we get games like Space Marine 2, which is flippin' amazing. We get games like Baldur's Gate 3, which is, you know, maybe best RPG of all time. Like, it's not all games. It's certain games and certain game companies that just aren't making products that feel genuine. And they're not making products that seem to even have their core audiences in mind. They seem to be just kind of like doing what they want and kind of disregarding or marginalizing the people that are their core audience. There we go, we got Chucky's ring today, and we did not get ganked by a horde in the process. That's awesome. Maybe we should do a Dragon Age Origins playthrough on the channel. Maybe I should do an Origins playthrough for like a recorded series. That might be fun. I've been missing like having a series to record, having a game that I was interested in that I wasn't already playing for 5 hours a day. So I've been trying to come up with like what kind of like immersive recorded series do I want to have on the channel. I've been thinking about Baldur's Gate 3 because I never really got to give BG3 a fair attempt back when it first came out. So I've been thinking BG3 is a possibility, but Dragon Age Origins almost sounds more interesting. Did I play Pillars of Eternity? Not seriously, I didn't. I checked out Pillars of Eternity and the sequel, but that's like straight up CRPG. Whereas like I feel like Dragon Age Origins is a step past just being a straight up CRPG, and it's more of just like a open world RPG with like CRPG elements. I have trouble like really sticking with like big CRPGs, especially when it's a ton of reading. Like, there's only so much even I want to read, you know, and if I try to do something like Pillars of Eternity, like, there's, like, just too much reading. It's, like, thousands of pages of reading. And I just don't know how, like, interesting that is as content, and, like, for myself as a player, like, I never got through it. Yeah, well, the motives at companies is to make money. Like, that's the only motive that a company has. Like, more and more that's the case. And obviously, like, that can't be your only motivating factor, because if your only motivating factor is to attempt to systematically make as much money as you possibly can, ultimately when you're making a form of art, you're going to fail. And games are a form of art. And so if they're not coming from a place of passion, if they're not coming from a place of inspiration, if they're not coming from a place of emotional honesty, if they're simply trying to make money, and if they're simply trying to appeal to certain people, then they're never going to succeed. Because that's not how art is made. If you make great art, you can make a shit ton of money. Like, that's absolutely true. If you make a great video game and the video game is great, you can make piles of money. But the key is, like, you have to be setting out to make a great video game to do that. If you're setting out to make money, you're going to make a mediocre video game at best, and more of these companies are just crapping out, like, utter garbage. Like C Concord. In attempts to create what they think is going to be a cash cow. Like, you can't be trying to create a cash cow, you have to be trying to create a great work of art. Like, to create great art, you have to have inspiration, passion, honesty, and talent. And if any of those things are lacking, the finished product is going to be lackluster. And that's not going to be a product that you can make stacks of cash off of. And, like, it's such an obvious thing to say, it shouldn't be a shock to anybody. Like, the way to make money off of games is to make amazing video games. Just make amazing video games, and the money will make itself. Like, you don't need to spend $100 million in marketing, and you don't need to spend $100 million paying, like, executives their salaries so they can buy yachts. You just have to have talented people who have passion, who are emotionally honest, and who have a story to tell. We aggroed this guy in the back. That is not great. Let's pull him out a bit. I'm going to run this way and just see if we can get him to come out of the camp a little bit, so we make sure that we don't aggro like 50 trolls. There we go. That should be good. Concord cost 400 million. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's an incredible amount of money to spend on a video game that did not get to live for what it was out for like a week before they closed the servers. Concord is what happens when the developers of a bad video game exist in an echo chamber of their own thoughts and ideas. And so all they hear back at them all day is their own thoughts, ideas, and beliefs on how things should be. And they just bounce that back and forth to each other so much until it constructs their entire worldview, and like they truly believe they're making something great, when any outside audience could tell them that it was complete garbage and nothing anybody wanted. But when you exist in a place where there is no constructive criticism, where in fact any criticism at all is not allowed, and you're just tossing your same ideas and beliefs back and forth at each other all day long like parrots, it becomes really easy to believe things that aren't true. In this case, that they were making an amazing video game that people were going to play for years and years and years. Like, they truly believed it because they simply would not listen to any other voices. And there's probably a lot of other problems too, you know, like It could be a lot of things. There could be like a genuine lack of creativity on the team. There could be a genuine lack of creative skill. There could have been a genuine lack of passion. And if you like I said, if you lack those things, if any of those elements are lacking, either passion or honesty, like creativity, talent, if you're lacking those things, you're not going to make a good video game, no matter how many millions of dollars get thrown at it. If all the people working on it are doing a mediocre job, for whatever reason, let's say they're doing a mediocre job, it doesn't matter how many millions of dollars you throw at it, it's going to be crap. It's not going to be good. The money doesn't matter. What was the worst part of Concord? The fact that the game got to release state the way that it was, and that like Sony just released it. Basically, the worst part about Concord is that it was allowed to exist, and it was allowed to become what it was, and it was allowed to launch as the product that it was. One day I will buy level 45 water. In fact, that day will have to be today because we only have 5 moonberry juice left. And I might just want to go back to Booty Bay and buy some water. Because yeah, I don't see that we're going to get by with just 5 moonberry juice. We are at 6 out of 12 for the mixture. We also have guys we have to get up here. There's a couple more named guys we need. They're also surrounded by some undead. So like we don't have to farm everything here, but I think what we'll do is let's farm here until we are out of moonberry juice. Then we'll head back to Booty Bay, we'll restock, we'll vendor, and we'll head back out. And then we'll go after the 2 other named guys for the Voodoo Dues quest. Oh, I can use exorcism on these guys. That would be really smart. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that when games like Overwatch 2 are free to play, that they would want to charge a box copy price for a game like Concord. But when you think you're making the next best thing ever, it's really easy to justify that choice. Like, that's what you have to keep in mind, is like when they were working on Concord, like they had become convinced that it was the best thing ever. And in light of that, it's easy to justify a box price. And also keep in mind, it was in development for 8 years. So it wasn't something that came together overnight or even in a handful of years. It was in development for 8 years. Which is like the other crazy thing about it. I mean, when you spend $400 million to make a game that gets shut down in the first week, all of the money went in the trash. Not a single dollar that you spent making the game, there's no return. Like, you've lost hundreds of millions of dollars. It all went into the trash. The game didn't even get to live long enough to recoup even a small percentage of its cost. Yeah, we aggroed Zanzil, and I don't really think we want to fight Zanzil right now. I'm gonna try to just leash him out here, and maybe Zanzil drops. Is he an elite? He's not an elite. We dropped him, but we kept a skeleton. Okay, now we've dropped everything but the skeletons. Let's see if we can drop the skellies. They're going to chase us all the way back to town, apparently. That's fine. This is a good time for us to head back to Booty Bay and to resupply. And in fact, these guys might not have a leash. They might have a timer on them. Like, they might despawn after a while. Yeah, they're despawning, but they don't have a leash. Which is, like, absolutely crazy. Alright, there we go. Yeah, since they chased us halfway here, let's go ahead, we'll head back to town, and we'll buy some actual level 45 water. There was a group looking for ZF DPS. I didn't see that.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Have I thought about Throne and Liberty 2? I mean, no, not really. I installed. They did like an open beta event or something for Throne and Liberty, and I installed it. I watched the opening cinematic. I moved my character around a bit, and I pressed some of the abilities, and yeah, it's not for me. I don't know that I'm going to be able to play or enjoy any modern MMO. Like if it's following like modern MMO design principles, the way modern WoW does, the way Final Fantasy does, the way Guild Wars 2 does, I don't seem to enjoy that model of game anymore. And they're all kind of becoming homogenized to where they're all becoming very similar. They all have very similar grinds at endgame. They're all endgame focused. And yeah, I don't see myself jumping into any like new modern MMOs. The new world to me, like New World, a New World's the same kind of thing. Like New World is a modern MMO. There's some story and lore there that is pretty okay. Like some of the story and lore in New World is entertaining. Some of it's like engaging. But ultimately, it still just feels like a modern MMORPG. It's missing like the RPG elements that I really want. It feels like you're gonna level up super quickly, and you're just gonna be focused on grinding whatever the end game content is. And yeah, the next game that I'm looking forward to playing that's an MMO is gonna be Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, which is coming out to early access in December. And if you're a fan of more classical RPGs, classical MMOs, it's gonna be right up your alley. So yeah, that's the next MMO that I'll be playing. I don't think I'm gonna do New World on launch. I'm not gonna do Throne and Liberty. I just don't find it interesting. When so much of it's just about getting to endgame and doing the. If I want to do the endgame grind, I'll just go back to WoW retail and do the endgame grind where it's best. But I just don't like that cycle of gameplay like in general. Can I fish here? I don't think so. My fishing is really low. My fishing is 111 out of 150. I can fish in like Menethil Harbor. And that's basically it. It's fishing 130, right on. Yeah, I leveled the fishing a very little bit last night. I'll probably work at it a little bit over time. Yeah, the game isn't being made for me anymore, and that's okay. Yeah, I've come to terms with it. I'm not upset that I'm not playing retail. In a world where we have Classic, it makes it okay. If we didn't have Classic, then I would probably not be playing WoW at all. I really don't know what I would be doing. Maybe I'd be playing a variety of games. Maybe I wouldn't be playing games at all if we didn't have Classic. Guitar Junkie, good afternoon, buddy. I could be playing Space Marine 2, right? I could be playing Space Marine 2, fair. I do tend to prefer RPGs when I do play other games. Like Space Marine 2 is an amazing game. It's one of those exceptions that if I played lots of games on console or if I played lots of other games, I'd probably play Space Marine 2, but it's not really in like a preferred genre. It's just such an amazing game that like it kind of can transcend that. I guess the next like single player game I'm looking forward to is probably Avowed, which I think comes out in February, and I'm hoping that's good. It'd be nice to have like a big open world-ish single player game to sink my teeth into. Besides Avowed, I can't think of anything like on the near horizon in that same vein. I'm not going to touch Throne and Liberty, no. I played enough of it in their open beta weekend, which was like 4 minutes of me moving my character around and watching the opening cutscene, and I just knew it's not for me. About is February 18th. Do I like survival games? Sometimes, but survival games are so samey. They're all so similar to each other. It's like I played Valheim a bit, you know, like I played that one game where the kids are in the backyard. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Like I played some of these games and they're okay, but they're all so samey. And no, I like RPGs with like a class system and magic and abilities and talent trees, and I don't really like building stuff. I don't really like building structures and stuff. I don't know, like I just don't enjoy it. I'll do it, and I think it's cool for games to have stuff like that, but it's not like my bread and butter of what I find enjoyable. Where like some people like it, they want to build like an amazing base, they have lots of ideas. I'm a boring person. You ask me to design something, like, and I'll design the simplest thing that fulfills the function that I need it to fulfill. Like, I don't have any grand ideas on what to build. As I get older, I'm less and less imaginative on my own. And so, like, I don't think I enjoy those games to the fullest. Like, Valheim is really cool, but Valheim always leaves me wanting to be playing, like, Outward. I play Valheim, and like I kind of dig it. The combat's like perfectly janky, like it's fun to explore, the world has a nice vibe to it, but then I have to build stuff. And I'm like, dang, I wish I was just playing a game like Outward, where I could just like focus on my character progress and explore and fight stuff and not have to worry about building a home base. I don't enjoy the crafting of it. There we go, we got the last item. Alright, now that we have all the items from the little guys, let's head up to this area, and we're going after two named guys. Mari's Clubbed Foot, John's Golden Spyglass. Servers are up, servers are up. Yep, they came up really early. So yeah, we started playing Cataclysm earlier because I expected that the servers would be down all day. But Blizzard was kind enough to bring them up early, thankfully. Admiral's Arms, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. And thanks for being here and playing some Classic with us. Alright, let's try not to pull 3 guys at once again. That would be smart. What are the odds I can pull this guy without pulling the Naga? Probably not very good. That's what I thought. Wow, he shield bashed us during our execute phase. That was a pro move. There's a chest to my left. Apparently, I am blind today. Aha! I found it. Obviously, there's a blue inside. Got a couple of superior healing potions out of that, so that's pretty good, actually. These are like 3 gold apiece on the auction house. I have a bad feeling this is a 3 pull. With that in mind, let's make sure we have full health, full mana. We got shield, we have lay on hands, we got potions. So even if it's 3 of them, we should be okay. The witch doctors are not undead. That's good to know. This is going to be questionable. Mainly because of all the shadow bolts going off. Okay, that's a good start. We're about to be out of mana pots again. We're going to have to buy more. Alright, so that is 2 quests done. That's everything we have here that we can do right now. Heart of Mach spawns like a group of 5 or 6 enemies. It's not marked as an elite quest, but there's no way we can do this yet. Maybe at level 50 we'll be able to come back and do it. But yeah, I think for now we might be done here. We might be done here, and we might be looking for somewhere else to go. We could possibly go back to Feralis for a bit. We have lots to do back in Feralis. We have pirate stuff to do in Tannerus. I'm trying to hold off on the pirate stuff until we're like level 46. So maybe we would head back to Feralis. We can work on the Gorduni Warlocks, Yeti Hides. The Yeti Hide quest has at least 1 follow-up. This has at least 1 follow-up, I believe. So maybe we can go do that stuff. That's a little bit of travel though. We could hearth back to Ironforge. We'd fly to Menethil Harbor, get on the boat, and then we have a short flight from Theramore over to Feralis. And then, yeah, I think that's a good plan. I can't believe we had a trip to Stranglethorn where we got some questing done and we didn't get PvP'd. I don't think we've ever been in Stranglethorn without getting PvP'd at least once. He says, as he gets PvP'd in the tunnel. There we go, it finally happened. I can't Blessing of Freedom out of this? Oh, that is lame. It's okay, we'll just Blessing of Protection out of it. Did someone stream snipe me? No, probably not. It's probably just a rogue hanging out in the tunnel. I guarantee you there's a rogue there like 60% of the time just sapping people. He can't fight anybody there because he'll get killed by the guards. But he can sap you and then you're out of commission for what was it, like 40 seconds? Imagine being a WoW player unable to move your character for 40 seconds. In the kind of rage that might instill in some players. So that's why he does it. Admiral's Arms, thank you so much for the $5, man. You were able to get Varigan's Fist at level 23. It's staying in your bank forever. Sometimes I want to save my items too, like the blues that I use for a long time. I have the urge to like save them. I think I've done good at vendoring them so far, but it always feels bad. We had the Cobalt Crusher for a long time. It felt bad to vendor that one. When I go to retire this sword, it's going to be hard to vendor it. But I might vendor it anyway. I needs the gold. Oh my god. Why, oh why? It was a good attempt. That's a nice attempt, it just didn't happen. Meanwhile, I have quests to turn in somewhere. Just can't find them. I kind of want to stick around to see them get killed. I was talking about how we hadn't seen any kind of PvP action, so like there we go. Thankfully we're really close to town in the graveyard, so... And with that, it's probably a really good time to just like quickly get out of here. Obviously there are shenanigans afoot. Let the chaos begin. Exactly. Just a little bit of shenanigans. That's okay. If I can find where to turn in these quests, we can get out of here. I just can't seem to... I always have a hard time finding turn-ins in Booty Bay. I don't know what's wrong with me. We got one inside the building here.
What can I do for you? See you later. Hey there.
He's got a little bit of role play to do apparently before he offers the next quest.
You need something?
Bring Mari's key. Okay.
See you around.
I'm not familiar with Mari's key, and we don't have any quest tracking. So I don't know where this one is. We need to find the key to open the lock. Mari was known to gamble with the Mosh Og ogres. Oh, this is the ogre quest. So like I think it just drops off of one of the ogres if you kill enough of them. He was chased off after winning too much. Maybe the ogres have his key. I'm pretty sure the ogres are elites. Are they not? Pretty sure the ogres are elites. I also like that he's been spending his time throwing swords into the painting. So my Questie's just broken, right? We're good. We don't have anything else to turn in here. I know Questie is showing that we have quests. But we don't. We've turned them in. Yeah, everything is turned in that can be turned in. It's just a Questie problem. All the add-ons are borked, so... Yeah, it's all broken. Johnny, welcome to the stream, man. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here today. Did the plans change for today? We played Kata in the morning, and then what changed was that Blizzard brought the servers up early. Because we did get on Kata initially. Thank God the classic servers came back up. Oh, I'm so happy that we don't have to play Kata all day. So very happy. I wasn't really enjoying it, to be honest. That was probably pretty obvious. It probably hadn't become obvious yet, but if we had played Kata for like another hour, it would have become obvious that I wasn't having a great time. Let's see. No, let's Hearth. We can Hearth out. We're gonna Hearth to Ironforge. And let's see if we have anything to do. We can do some mithril smelting. That might get us like 1 skill up on blacksmithing if we smelt the mithril that we have. Yeah, they came back up really early. In the announcement, they said they would be down till 6 p.m. my time. Which would have been all day. But that wasn't the case, so hooray. We are almost out of bags. I might have to buy another bank slot, but I don't know if I have another bag. Let's purchase the slot. Admiral's Arms, thank you so much, man. Thanks for the I think that's like your third or fourth $5 super chat of today. And you've only been here for like in less than an hour, so I really appreciate the support, man. That's awesome of you. Oh, look at this. I have a 16 slot bag left over. I could put this in my bank as a bag, or I could save it for an alt.
How are you?
I think I'll just put it in. Yeah, let's go ahead. That's gonna open up a lot of room, and I could bank a lot more stuff.
Off with you.
I feel like that's good. Alright, let's go do our smelting, a little bit of blacksmithing, and then we can skedaddle. We also have iron that we can make into steel. I think we have at least one recipe that still uses steel. So let's do everything we can. Yeah, I could buy bags for alts. The 16 slot bags though, they're like 85 gold a piece. Okay, like I have a little bit of gold. This is an old server and the prices are really inflated on things like bags. So like I could not afford to kit a character out in 16 slot bags. You know? I could do it and then that would be like all of my money. I have enough money so that I can afford mounts on a couple of alts, and I can probably afford a little bit of leveling gear for them as we level them up. And that's basically it. And the biggest problem is, like, I haven't found a way to make gold yet. I'm hoping that eventually blacksmithing will pay off, and there will be things that I can make consistently that I can sell for, like, little bits of gold, and then I can actually start pulling gold in. But so far I haven't found anything like that that's been, like, a consistent gold maker. I have a lot of blues that are bind unequipped blues, and I haven't really been able to sell those for the prices that I would want to sell them, so they're all just sitting in my bank.
I've the finest wares in the land. Off with you.
Yeah, we're good on bags for now. The next character that will need bags will be my rogue. Once we get this character capped, we're gonna fire up a rogue. They're already hanging out in the Goldshire Inn, collecting rested experience so that when we fire them up, we'll have the full 1.5 levels of rested XP. Looks like we'll get 2 more skill ups here. It's another human. Yeah, they're human. I thought about doing a dwarf, but I'm just gonna do a human. I'm boring that way.
What can I get for you today? See you soon. Well met. Be good.
Yeah, I kind of want my rogue to be an herbalist alchemist. But having an enchanter to disenchant stuff and to sell those mats is a compelling case to have an enchanter. I just don't know who that would be. If I do the rogue herbalism, and alchemy, maybe I drop herbalism from our priest. We have our priest that we were doing herbalism and then tailoring. Maybe I drop herbalism off that priest, she picks up enchanting, and then I just start mailing her all of our useless greens, like stuff we don't want to save. Maybe we just don't even think too much about it and we just mail her every single green we get. And then we DE it and then she puts it on the auction house. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll start doing that as early as today. Maybe I'll jump on the priest, drop herbalism, grab enchanting, and just start DEing stuff. I think I'll do that today. At some point. Are we gonna miss the boat? We're gonna miss the boat, aren't we? Oh, I have a feeling we're gonna miss the boat by like inches. Oh no, not by inches. Okay. I'd rather miss the boat by a lot than miss the boat by inches. I'm not going to try to jump to the boat or any weird heroics. Yeah, we'll never make it. Okay, let's do some fishing. Pretty sure I should be able to fish here. So let's do that. We'll do that while we wait for the boat to come back. Perfect. You can't mount up on the boat anymore? Or when did that change? We were able to mount up on the boat yesterday, I thought. Did they break some stuff when they did the update for SOD? Did they break some... I mean, besides the maps, which are broken, like, what else did they break, I wonder? I could be looking in my guild chat. I'm sure my guild chat's, like, talking about different broken stuff. Oh, somebody said, WTF did Blizz do? Apparently Blizz did a lot of bad stuff. They broke lots of stuff, yeah. I don't get it. You think they'd figure, you know, If they separated the servers into different clients, if we had a SOD client and a classic era client and a hardcore client, if we could just have them broken out, not only would weird things like this not happen, they wouldn't have to take down all of the versions when they do maintenance on one of the versions, if they would simply break them out. Then they could bust stuff in SOD and it wouldn't affect Classic Era. They could do maintenance on SOD and the Classic Era servers would not have to come down. A lot of benefits to just having it handled completely separately. Oh yeah, no add-ons are working right now. Like the add-ons are basically busted. Bagnon's still working, thankfully. But maps are all broken, quest tracking is busted. It'll probably be a day or so before they update the add-ons. Any chance Blizz will postpone the patch for the EU when the North America patch is broken? Nah, they won't. And they probably won't even fix the problems. In fact, you'll have different problems when the EU gets their patch. Like, it's not even like you'll have the same problems. Your servers will get broken in wholly unique ways. And no questy help seems like challenge mode. Yeah, thankfully I don't need questy. I'm used to having it. But I don't need it. I know where most of the objectives are at. But yeah, nothing's working. The most classic 0 add-ons and no MMO mouse. Oh my god. I could do the no add-ons. I couldn't play without my mouse. If I don't have at least 9 buttons to hit on the side of my mouse, like, I don't think I can play the game anymore. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I would give up all add-ons in a heartbeat. The add-on thing's not a big deal. You know, until Season of Mastery, I never used add-ons anyway. It was finally Season of Mastery when people, like, convinced me to use Questy to find out where some of the quests were that I'd been missing and stuff like that. And then it's been a slope, like a slippery slope ever since then, of, like, slowly adding, like, more and more add-ons. There are some add-ons that are nice to have. Like, I love having dialogue UI for the quest text. Obviously, I love having Bagnon because it's amazing. Leatrix Plus has a lot of good features, but I would give up add-ons. It wouldn't negatively impact me too much. Yeah, Johnny, nothing's gonna work right now, man. Yeah, we tried to check for updates, we reloaded, nothing's gonna work today. It's gonna be till at least tomorrow, I think, before the add-on developers get anything fixed. And then, like, Blizzard has broken their own game, so, like, we have a lot of just actual problems that are problems that are not add-on related that they have to sort out. We're probably in for another maintenance. We talked about it earlier, like, today's maintenance was, you know, not as long as they said it was gonna be. But now we're probably in for another maintenance either tomorrow or the day after that, just to fix whatever they broke. Kaushik, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, all of this in the name of Sod. Think about that. All of these problems in the name of Sod. If we didn't have Sod, then they would never do things that would break the Classic Era servers, and the Classic Era servers would never go offline for more than the hour maintenance. But all in the name of Sod, you know, we lose out on being able to play the game for several hours, and then when we can get back into the game, all of our add-ons are broken, several parts of the game just don't really work properly. So yay, Sod! Yay! Yeah, they had deleted my action bars too. I had to re-enable them. Somehow they didn't turn my floating combat text off. It's like floating combat text almost always gets turned off, but somehow they left that on. But they disabled my action bars. Yeah, what's wrong with you people? Don't you all love Sod? Why aren't you all playing Sod? You know what? I think if we buy some ingredients, we can do some cooking. Maybe. Maybe I'm lying. Yeah, you know, we can make this. It's green now. We might as well do it. We need a few more hot spices and some cold milk. We'll just make these really fast and then we'll get on our way. We got level 45 water now, so I got 50 morning glory dew. So we're good on that. I did remember to do that a while back. Like, maybe keeping some hot spices... Well, no, because we're about to out-level this stuff. I don't really want to keep too much of it. 2, 4, 6, so I need 2 more of these. And that's it. And that's all we can do.
Safe travels.
Yeah, Eags, me too, kind of. I got through phase 1, and we had a pretty good time in phase 1. I wasn't really interested in doing the raids over and over and over again. Like, they just didn't really interest me. Part of it was just the knowledge that eventually I was going to throw all the gear on the ground, like, so I wasn't really compelled to do the raid more than a couple times. But phase 1 was enjoyable. Phase 2, I got through it. I got all the way through it, we got to level 40, and then I just kind of like, that was kind of it. All we did was dungeon grind. It wasn't really enjoyable in a way that Classic Era should be enjoyable. I always hated the runes. Like, ask anybody who was around during like any of the Sod content. I absolutely hated rune acquisition. Like, it was the worst feeling to have to go to Wowhead and open up a guide and run around the world for 2 hours just following a guide. Like, I always hated that, but yeah, I got through phase 2. A night of phase 3 launch, I took one look at the open world PvE event. I logged out and I never went back. And you know, they keep dropping content for Sod, and I look at the content and I can't bring myself to want to play. It just, I didn't like any of the content they were putting out, basically. And I didn't really think I was ever gonna want to raid week to week to week. A lot of that's because, like, it's hard for me to find a raid team that wants to raid during the times that I want to raid. Like, during Sod Phase 1, I tried doing Saturday morning raids, and we did them. We did like 4 or 5 Saturday morning raids went out. I was part of like 3 of those raids. But it just seemed hard to get people together during the time that I wanted to play. Most people raid during prime time. I don't even play during prime time. I don't play in the evenings very often. There's so many other things that I'd rather do in the evenings, and by the evening time, my brain works even less than it normally does. I'm just not at my best, like, anytime after 6 o'clock. Because I am an old person. And so, yeah, so, like, without wanting to raid the raids over and over and over again, like, there's not really a lot to work towards. If you're similar with Cataclysm, like, if you're not gonna raid weekly, then putting a lot of time into Cataclysm is kind of pointless. Same thing with sod. If you're not going to raid the content weekly and you're not going for like all the gear, then it's kind of pointless to even play. And so that was the realization that I finally came to. It was like, if I wasn't going to raid every week, it seemed just kind of pointless to spend the time there. Yeah, they were constantly rebalancing the classes. That was the other thing, is we leveled up a Paladin through Phase 2. And then by the end of Phase 2, we realized we're the worst DPS class in the game. Like, we'd been going ret. I've been having a decent time. I had to assemble most of the 5-man groups myself because no one would invite a ret pally, so I had to put the groups together. Which was a lot of effort over several days of just farming SM. But then we find out that we're the worst DPS class in the game. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm out. I don't need to do No Morgan. I don't need to do anything that badly. And that was it. And I don't think I'll ever play SOD again. I don't even know what it would take to even want to try to attempt it, because ultimately it boils down to the fact that I know that the only content really worth working towards is the raid content. And if you're not going to play the crap out of the raids, there's really no point to even level up a character. I mean, I hope they never do another season, but if they do another season, I hope they figure out a way to focus more on the journey and to make the leveling part of the game more interesting and actually like immersive for people who actually play Classic. It's fine to also have leveling raids if you want to do that kind of content. It's fine to add 5-mans and add leveling raids and like all that stuff. But I hope if they ever do another season, they do something that kind of... I think they thought that's what Rune Acquisition was doing. I think they thought Rune Acquisition was like, oh, that's Classic. You don't know where things are, and you don't know where to go, and you have to figure it out. It's like, no, that wasn't really Classic. Like, in Classic, you read the quest, you figured out where to go, you went there, you did the quest, rinse, repeat. And you know, you're out in the open world a lot, but you're doing quests. That's what Classic was about. Questing in the open world, tackling elites with groups of players, stuff like that. But I think they thought Rune Acquisition was the way to go, to keep the Classic part of it alive. Which just shows that they don't play Classic, that they didn't play Vanilla to begin with. And so they don't really know what makes Classic Classic for people who play Classic. So, you know, you had a dead world where people were following guides on Wowhead to run around and get their runes, but besides that, by Phase 2, the world was basically dead. Maybe they'll do a different thing next time, but I hope they just don't try again. I hope they put their development powers into something else. Okay, we have a map. We have a map, but like we're playing the game Outward now, because in Outward you have a map, but you don't have a character marker on the map, so you don't know where you are except in position to landmarks. And now it's like we're playing Outward. We have a map. It's the right map, but we don't have a player icon. Because Blizzard has broke their game all for the name of SOD. Patrick, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Let's try a reload. Maybe we can get our player icon back. Okay. Well, now we have a weirdly zoomed in map. And I don't know what's going on up here. I have Leatrix maps disabled. At least I thought yeah, Leatrix maps is disabled. I really don't know what's going on with anything anymore. I would just like the map to function as a map. That would be okay. Now I lost my ability to zoom in and out. Yeah, we are kind of hosed. I could probably figure out where to go without knowing where I'm at on the map. Maybe. Well, let's get to the road. If I can get to the road, then we should be fine. I think I might have to just disable all of my add-ons. That might be like what we're about to do when we get clear combat. I think I'll just disable everything and like maybe we can get a map that works, but I think the map problem is something Blizzard broke. I don't think the map thing is an add-on thing. But, you know, for science, I'm going to disable all. Okay. Oh, okay, the map is working now. Yeah, this is all because of the SOD update. Yeah, absolutely. Like, now people that don't care about SOD are being negatively impacted. On top of the fact that we lost a few hours of time to even play the game because the servers were offline because they have all the servers bundled together instead of breaking them out into different clients so they can do maintenance on one version of the game while leaving other versions up. They just decide, oh, gotta do SOD maintenance, taking the classic era servers down, taking the hardcore servers down. There's supposed to be a way that I can, like... I think I can just... Maybe I just get around the village this way. Maybe this is gonna work. Somebody said there was, like, a big log. Maybe that was the big log I passed back there. Turn on an aura? That'd be a great idea. Well, oh crap, we got guards. Okay, we're kind of good. We got guards, we have a player down here who would probably love to kill us. But there we go, we got around the Horde Town, we didn't get killed by NPCs, and we didn't have to dive into the water. So that's a big win. We got so lucky. Yeah, there is a quest nearby. There's a couple of druid ladies, but I think it's a little bit of a higher level. We can check it out. They're up here on this ledge, I think. Do I have a way back to the road, though, if I go down here? Alright, let's go check it out.
Hello. Be careful.
Yeah. No. I don't think we're doing this one right now. It's a timed quest. We'll check this one out when we're a little bit higher level, I think. We have to unleash the... We have to let these guys free that are in the cage, and then we have to protect them from harm. And I don't know, like, how many guys we're gonna have to fight to accomplish that, so... I think we're gonna have to come back to that one. It's an 8-part quest. There are multiple parts. Right on. Alright, guys. What we're going to do is... It's kind of unorthodox. I usually do this when I'm in a town. But I need to take a break. I need to refill my coffee. We've been at it for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so I need more coffee. I need to have a snack. And I need to stretch my legs. So I'm gonna tuck us in here. We're just gonna kind of like hide out. And we're just gonna kind of like hope for the best here. And I'm gonna go AFK for a bit, and I'm gonna take a little break. And when we come back, we will slaughter a bunch of ogres, and it should be a good time. So yeah, I'm gonna put us on the break screen, and I will see you guys on the flip side. Alright, we are back. And I'm still alive. I appreciate that. Alright, so we are fighting ogres. We need warlocks, shaman, and brutes. The warlocks and brutes we can find up here. The shaman we can find a little bit further to the south. We also need yeti. Kind of in the same area. Let's try to find a reasonable place to jump down here. Robert Brambles. That's my name when I'm hiding in the bushes. That's a good one. Paladin's so boring when other class. To each their own. I enjoy the Paladin a lot. So yeah. If you don't like it, don't watch. Other class coming after I cap the Pally. Yeah, and like when you think about it, there aren't really any frenetic classic era classes. Every class in classic era is slow. In one way or another. Like, what class in classic era has you pushing the most buttons? Would it be a rogue or a hunter maybe? Like, what class do you guys think has you pushing... If pushing buttons equals excitement, what class has you pushing the most buttons in classic era? Because, like, yeah, like, we rely a lot on our auto attack. On a warrior even, I rely a lot on auto attack. I feel like a rogue also relies a lot on auto attack. On the priest, we wand a lot. That's basically auto attack. On the warlock, you dot stuff up and fear it. That's basically, like, low effort. Maybe warlock just because multiple dots. Yeah, maybe popping up, like, multiple instant cast dots, like, bam, 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 fear. Like, maybe like, more button pressing per minute is somehow what is exciting to people. A hunter or mage, I think the mage, you're pushing the most consistent buttons, because basically all you're doing is frostbolting over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, I think on the mage, you're most consistently pressing buttons, but really by buttons I mean one button. Which is nothing wrong with that. That's a nice flow too. Because then even though you're continuously pushing button, at least it's only one button. At least you don't have to weave together 12 buttons, 6 cooldowns, 5 interrupts. At least it's just one nice button. Rogue can press a lot, but not really. Like here's my experience with the rogue. 2 combo points, slice and dice, auto attack, dead. Sometimes a mob lasts long enough, maybe you get like, you build up your combo and get like the finisher. Whatever it's called, execute or whatever it is. But yeah, you basically like Sinister Strike twice, slice and dice. And then if you want, if the mob's alive, Sinister Strike 3 more times and maybe get a finisher off. Like, that's Yeah, you're pressing the buttons. But there's also times when you just don't have energy. There's also times when you're just relying on your auto attack. Eviscerate, that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do the rogue next. So, like, the rogue is definitely gonna have a different pace than this character. That's the other thing to keep in mind about Vanilla Era is, like, every class not only is different and has different abilities, every class feels very different to play. Like, the flow of combat feels different on every class. And the way that you have to deal with combat, especially in, like, bad scenarios where you overpull, it's different on every class. And in Modern WoW, like, the things that a class does, it's all the same. You do the same thing on every single class in Modern WoW. It's just that the abilities have a different look and they're called different things. But, you know, you throw out all your DPS, your AoE, your single target, you pop any stuns you have, you do your self heals, your bubbles, your protects, your defensives. But mainly you're just slamming out, like, incredible AoE damage constantly. And so by that token, like, the speed of combat and the pace of combat has basically been homogenized in Modern WoW. But yeah, in Classic Era, you can really feel the differences on classes when you're leveling them up, like how they feel fight to fight. Yeah, Hunter, you can basically auto shot. Like, if you're feeling spunky, every once in a while you can throw in an arcane shot. You could even serpent sting if you want to, but you can essentially just auto attack and let your pet deal damage. You'll be just fine. You'll also be killing stuff faster than a lot of other classes, just with auto attack and just with your pet damage. Why am I using Seal of Righteous and not Seal of Command? Because that's the build that I'm doing. Yeah, we have a fast weapon, and we're doing like a holy damage Seal of Righteousness build. So we also took Sanctity Aura, that's going to give us even more bonus to holy damage. I'm just doing a different build. I don't like Seal of Command, because Seal of Command, it feels too much like playing the lottery, whether or not it's going to proc. It also has some limitations, and it also like requires you to have a slow weapon. So yeah, we're doing a fast weapon Seal of Righteousness build, and we're weaving in a little bit of Crusader, because Crusader also buffs holy damage. So yeah, we're just kind of doubling down on passive holy damage. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I hate Seal of Command. Seal of Command's too random for me. I like the consistent bonus holy damage of Righteousness. And if you pair that holy damage with Sanctity Aura, and if you seal weave Crusader in for even more holy damage, it's a good build, especially if you can find a fast weapon. Like a decent fast weapon. And for me, it's a great alternative to Seal of Command build, which I don't like. Yes, exactly. It would also work well with a one-hander. So if you wanted to level up as a sword and board pally, which I love to do, we had a 39 hunter in hardcore that I leveled up as a shield maiden. We did a one-hander and a shield the entire time. And yeah, this build would be really great with that as well because of the weapon speed. But it's not exactly a build that you're going to find on Wowhead. It's just kind of something that we pieced together. I think the enchant is greater impact. And +7 weapon damage. Somebody told me the name of the enchant was greater impact, but maybe not. I'm not sure what the name of the enchant was. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. That's one of the special things about Vanilla Era, is that you can experiment with different builds. Like, there's obviously always going to be like a mathematically proven most viable build. But in Vanilla Era, you do have the freedom to look at the talent trees and just say like, okay, what do I want to try? And it's always a lot of fun to try something different. I'm so happy that he wasted that heal, that he did not get that heal off. That's awesome. I love it when they try to heal the mob you're fighting and then you kill the mob, like, mid-cast. We've got to save our interrupt for the heal. Oh, they have lightning shield? That's gross. Lightning shield is damage on hit. Every time we hit them, we're hurting ourselves. A lot of battle masters down here. I don't need battle masters. I need a bunch of shaman. I need a couple of brutes. And I don't think these ones share spawns. I think the warlocks, the brutes, and the shaman share spawn points, but I'm not sure about the battle masters. Can the battle master spawn back into shaman? Mr. Santa, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for being here. We will catch you next time. He didn't know about Blessing of Freedom. He also doesn't know we have Pursuit of Justice, and we're so much faster than him that it's disgusting. Now he knows. Now we found out. For the Alliance. It's so weird, like, not having Questy. For some reason, like, when I have Questy, I'm always looking at the minimap. Because I'm always eyeballing, like, the objective markers on the minimap. And then when I don't have objectives, I start to get to a place where I spend much more time looking at the game. And that's when I realize how much time I actually spend glancing at my minimap. Probably way too much time. But speaking of minimap, I do want to make sure that we're tracking minerals. Yeah, there we go. That would be really smart. Questy got an update and should be fixed now. Okay, that's awesome. Let's check that out. Let me jump into my Curse Forge and see if we can snag an update. I mean, I don't need it, but I'm going to update it. Oh, snap. Not the time to be looking... Oh, he blew that, that little freeze a little bit too early. Didn't really work out for him. He doesn't know about Pallies, but he's getting a lot of lessons, free Paladin lessons. Now he attacked me. You know, he came back for more. He doesn't understand a lot of the Paladin's utility. Like, he doesn't really understand Blessing of Freedom. He doesn't know that we have a run speed increase from our talents and that we're much faster than normal players. And yeah, he just doesn't. A few things he doesn't really get. Also, that we can take a lot of punishment before we have to heal. Oh yeah, and that we can heal. The mage is not really going to be able to best a paladin who knows what they're doing, unless maybe the mage is in really awesome gear or has like a high level advantage. Like, not a frost mage. Like, I don't think that a frost mage has given me problems yet. And I don't think a frost mage can do a lot to give me too many problems if they don't catch me at like really low HP. It's wild watching me PvP now from when we first started. I feel a lot more confident, and my entire mentality like surrounding PvP I think has also changed. That's right, I was checking CurseForge. That's right. Let's see. Yes, I do have a questy update. Let me pull that in. I don't think I'm going to re-enable anything right now, though. Tomorrow, everything should get updated, and tomorrow we should be able to re-enable all of the add-ons. But for now, I think I'm going to keep them turned off. If you're not showing an update, try completely closing out of your CurseForge and going back in. Or try changing categories, like click your drop down and change from retail to classic back to, and then see if it populates. Or you might have already grabbed it, but unlikely if it was just pushed out. But I'd say completely shut down and reopen it. Because yeah, I definitely had a questy update waiting for me. That was the only one, it was just questy. Nothing else looks to have been updated. Tim, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Oh no, my little dog is barking like crazy upstairs. He's not happy. We got a bark collar for the big dog. And since he's been wearing the bark collar during the day, he, as you heard just now, like little dog will bark sometimes, but big dog doesn't bark anymore. And if he does bark, he barks once, it beeps at him, and then he stops barking. It's been actually life-changing. Yeah, my little dog's he's probably on the back of the couch because he thinks he's a cat. And from the back of the couch, he can look out the front window, and he likes to look at the neighbors, and he'll bark at the neighbors if they're trying to get in their car, or if they're hanging out on their porch, he'll bark at them. Sometimes he gets like that. This time of day, it's probably the mailman, actually. It's probably legitimately someone approaching the house. Reopening Curseforge did fix it. That's awesome. Perfect. Yeah, I need to watch my man here. I think after us, like, we dealt with him very handily 2 times. I don't think he's going to come back for a 3rd. The only situation I can see where he might do that is if he has friends. And that's very unlikely. Like, the other thing I've been thinking about is, like, I've been thinking about PvP at endgame, right? And I've been thinking, like, without my experiences doing PvP while leveling up, if I was just trying to, like, wait till endgame and do PvP then, there's so much knowledge that I just wouldn't have, like, about my own class and about other classes. Like, every time you go up against a class, you learn things about them, and you also learn how to use your abilities to counter the things they can do. And just like a long level up process helps you learn how to, like, defeat PvE opponents and helps you, like, learn your class over time. A long level up helps with PvP as well when you're doing lots of, like, random open world PvP, because it just gives you, like, so much learning that, like, if you don't have that, I wonder how would you ever get good if you didn't have, like, just the experiences you have while leveling the character up. At first he gets stomped and then he's told he has no friends. Well, obviously, like, someone who plays that badly and makes those kinds of life choices can't have too many friends. We stomped him the first time and he came back for more. Like, he's not too smart. He's probably got a couple of friends. They probably don't play WoW. If they do, they're probably embarrassed by how bad he PvPs. I'm kind of joking. I'm sure, listen, before I get in the angry YouTube comments about how negative I am these days, I'm sure he's a great person, and I have nothing against him. But he was kind of bad. With this quest, it's going to be the shaman that are going to be the hard ones to find. That's pretty typical. I always have trouble finding enough shaman. Although these guys aren't bad for grinding. They're pretty decent. They're not too hard to kill, the fights aren't too long, and they're at level with us, so we're getting a pretty solid chunk of XP per kill. The ogres had families? No, we killed their families too. Listen, we're not heartless. We killed their families too, okay? Who do you think we are? Yeah, I mean, I'm not a jerk. I might kill you, but I'm not going to leave your family alive. Obviously. Especially if you're an ogre. Like, I'm not that rude. No, I'll get all you. See? Prime example right here. We're gonna leave nobody alive. I'm not gonna create another Mancrick's wife type of situation, you know, by leaving any survivors. Pretty sure the shaman only spawn down south of us. I don't think they'll spawn up here. There's like a very limited area where they will spawn. This is perfect. Literally every mob back here respawn as a shaman. Like, I never get that lucky with this quest. This is crazy. You'll hardly ever see this. What gear do we have? We have a bunch of level 40 plate. Like, most of our plate is level 40, level 42, and we also have the Nightblade, which is a level 39 epic. That's the only noteworthy piece that we have. Everything else is just a really, really good green item. All still pretty good stuff. There's like some things on the auction house that are a little bit better, a little bit higher level, but it's not worth the cost. Stuff is pretty expensive. Alright, that is quest complete. I think now we'll head over, we'll work on the Yeti. Which are very close, actually. We might also have a robot chicken quest back there. Yeah, we had picked up a robot chicken. I'm pretty sure we took the quest. And I think it leads to like a little cave back here somewhere. So we'll try to check that out. If we had Questy, we would know for sure. but we don't have Questy right now, so we'll just have to investigate the old-fashioned way. Why did I take Sanctity Aura? Because I'm doing a holy damage build. Everything I'm doing is buffing my holy damage. We're doing a righteousness build. We're seal weaving with Seal the Crusader, and we're taking Sanctity Aura to boost holy damage. And why are we doing that? Because it's what I want to do. If you don't like it, get lost. It's between the caves. Go through the first one, and it's in the middle. Okay, yeah. I think I remember that. Yeah, there's like a little clearing, and it's like hanging out in the clearing. And then I'm assuming we have to escort it somewhere. Is the escort part of it particularly long, or are there any mobs that jump out? Like while we escort it, do we get jumped? You might have just been wondering, but you didn't just ask. I mean, you asked why I was using Sanctity Aura, but in the same breath, you stated your opinion that it was a troll talent. Whereas if you just ask, like, hey, why Sanctity Aura? Care to explain? Then, like, you know, my tone is a little bit different. Then, oh, why Sanctity Aura? It's obviously such a troll talent. Why would anyone with a brain ever pick it? The Wowhead guide I'm looking at says not to. So you might have just been wondering, but you didn't just ask. We'll get ambushed 3 times. Sounds lovely. Like when we're talking ambushed, how many mobs? Like a bunch of mobs? I'm gonna try it no matter what. And we'll just see if we can do it. You didn't mean to sound like that? Then it's probably something to be aware of. Because you probably come across like that all the time. It probably isn't the first time that by using certain language that you've come across like that. I'm sure it's happened a lot. Probably something to be aware of going forward. Do I like Dire Maul? I don't think in Classic Era I've ever done a full Dire Maul. I've done clears of it after the LFG got put in, but I don't think in Classic Era I've ever done a complete Dire Maul clear. I know I've stepped foot into Dire Maul in Vanilla, but I don't think I ever cleared both wings. That would have been a long time ago. I'm trying to think about Season of Mastery. I can't remember if I did Dire Maul in Season of Mastery or not. It's a possibility. We have a mining node here somewhere. Maybe back here. No. Oh, there we go. Iron deposit. Yeah, everybody look at the wiggling toes. If you've never noticed it before, all the Yeti and Wendigos have wiggly toes. And they just can't stop the wiggle. We don't know why they do it. But they all do it. Yeah, it's definitely on the list of things that once you see it, you'll never not stare at it every single time. You notice the 6 legs on the crocs last night in Loch Modan? Yeah, people, you'll play 20 years and you'll never notice, but yeah, all the alligators in the game, all the crocodiles, they all have 6 legs. Yep. Like, I remember for like 19 years, my brain just deleted the other legs. Like, I looked at them and I saw regular crocodiles. Because why would a crocodile need 6 legs? It doesn't even make sense. It's like they're part insect and part crocodile. But yeah, they all have 6 legs. Amar, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that, buddy. Please do a PvP killing spree. I prefer angry and mean Robert. I don't know that many people want an angry or mean Robert, but sometimes it gets a little spicy. Yeah, see, people in this very chat literally don't believe that every crocolisk in this game has 6 legs. Go look at any crocolisk in any zone. They all got 6 legs. They've had 6 legs for 20 years. And you never noticed. You never noticed because you were too busy playing with your camera way out here. You gotta play with your camera tight. You gotta play over the shoulder. And that's how you start to notice stuff that, like, you never noticed before. Yeah, because I used to play way out here too. That's what my friend told me to do. Oh, play way out here. You can see more. You can see more. But, you know, when I started playing Classic Era, I played closer in. I want to do this quest. I want to grind all of these Yetis into the dirt before I do it. And I want to get the iron deposit. Let's finish the Yeti quest. Let's get all of our Yeti hides before we do the escort, because I don't know how far this is going to take us, really. Or in what direction. Yeah, you can't stop looking at their toes now. Exactly. Yeah, now you can't look away. You gotta find some other detail to fixate on. It takes us all the way to the boat area. Okay, yeah. That's gonna be back where we want to go to turn the quest in. So, like, let's not do this quest until we get all of our Yeti furs. Well, yeah, we'll try to clear everything before we start it. Well, by the time we'll have respawns, I bet, by the time we get back out. What's been my favorite zone on this character so far? That's a really good question. That I always enjoy Stranglethorn. Even with all the PvP, it's still one of my favorite zones. Desolus was a lot of fun on this character. We got to do a lot of stuff in Desolus, like more stuff than I normally do in Desolus. So I really enjoyed being able to do all that. Basically everything Stranglethorn and beyond has been a lot of fun for me. Because a lot of my classic era playing, especially in the past few years, has been hardcore. And in hardcore, you don't often make it out of the early game. A lot of our characters die in the early game, so I've seen so much of the early game. And I've experienced, compared to that, I've experienced like not nearly as much of like the mid game and late game. So like every zone we do Stranglethorn and beyond, I love it because like I don't get to spend a lot of time in these zones. Recently I haven't been in these zones a lot, and they're a joy. It's been really great. I'm really looking forward to getting places like Ungoro Crater, the Plaguelands, Winter Spring, Fellwood. We have a lot of really interesting zones coming up. I'm even looking forward to spending a little bit of time in Silithus, because that place is truly like an endgame zone. Mob density is insane. Am I excited for pasta cake? Yes, you know that I am. You know that I am. Pasta cake is my wife's derogatory term for when my mother makes lasagna. My wife does not like my mother's lasagna. Even though I do. I think it's one of the only things that she cooks competently. But my wife affectionately refers to it as pasta cake. Pasta cake. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Is this an American thing you've never heard of? No, in this case, it's a derogatory term applied to a lasagna. There you go. Is it lasagna without ricotta cheese? My answer is yes, because I ate lasagna without ricotta cheese for approximately 28 years of my life. Lasagna has mozzarella cheese and maybe some parmesan, but it doesn't have to have ricotta, and it doesn't always have ricotta. Chat's not gonna get involved, see? Chat's really smart today. Chat's not gonna get involved. We need to find out how Garfield likes his lasagna, and that's the only true lasagna. You're gonna have a burger. Come on, just eat the pasta cake. It's good for you. Don't get a burger. If you get a burger, I'm gonna want a burger. James is gonna want a burger. Everybody's gonna want burgers. Nobody's gonna eat the pasta cake. The pasta cake is really good leftovers, though. I wouldn't mind saving the pasta cake for tomorrow's lunch and brunch and possibly breakfast. Alright, that is 10 out of 10. However, there's still ore back here. We got mithril back here, so we gotta get the mithril. I think we should just do a full clear of the entire cave just to be sure. Johnny, that sounds amazing, man. Oh, I want a recliner so bad. Yeah, I need a recliner. I think I'm definitely getting to that phase of my life where it's going to become a necessity. I want to take some recliner naps. Some semi-accidental, but kind of on purpose recliner naps. No, I get it. I could take a nap right now if I put my mind to it. I have my only superpower is that I can tell myself to go to sleep for a nap, and I can be out in minutes. All I have to do is just tell myself, like, it's okay, like, you're gonna take a nap. This nap matters more than anything else. Being unconscious is the only important thing right now, and I will be asleep in minutes. Yeah, you're not only an anti-napper in the sense that, like, you don't nap. You don't like it when other people nap. It offends you on some level, I know it does, when I nap, because I'm so good at it. Like, you're not even just anti-nap, you're anti-nappers. Yeah, you don't like nappers. Not even the act of napping, you just hate it when people can catch a nap. You're jealous and vindictive. This is why you don't want me to have a recliner. Because you're anti-nap. It's only 30% true. It's true enough. 30% is true enough to sometimes be 100%. In XCOM, sometimes even 30% chance to hit shots still hit. Sometimes they even crit. So if it's 30% true some of the time, then, like, it's always true some of the time. Yeah. I can always sense the resentment when I get a nice good nap in. You don't appreciate it as a toddler. No, kids hate naps. My kid never napped. He hates naps. He never liked naps. I don't remember a time in his life when he ever consistently napped. And it's like, man, like, I'll nap. Hey, you stay up and you watch me. And I'll sleep. How's that sound? Yeah, Questy did get an update. Questy got an update. I didn't see anything else updated. I am purposely leaving off all of my add-ons until tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll fire up the add-ons again and we will see what's working and what's not. That's if they don't have more maintenance that breaks more things. You should take a nap while the videos upload. That's what I would do. I would nap. People in Orgrimmar were saying there is bold text in places there shouldn't be now. Bold text? Like in quest logs and stuff? How do they... What do they do to accidentally put bold text into places where there shouldn't be bold text? I can't... I have a hard time even imagining, like, what that means. Or, like, what they did. Oh... Oh. Wait. Does this look different? Yeah, I really can't tell if this looks any different than it ever did. It's blockier. Yeah, I have all my add-ons disabled right now. Yeah, I have no add-ons turned on currently. We've disabled everything. So anything that's happening right now is a problem in the game. Like, if this text is different, I never would have noticed. Like, if I think about it, it looks a little different, but that could be just, like, me convincing myself. Yeah, I don't really know how that happens exactly. Yeah, they messed it up because they put an update into SOD today. And for some reason, the SOD servers and the Classic Era servers and the Hardcore servers, they all have to be connected for some reason. They don't want to put in the effort or put in the money to, like, separate them into different clients. The way Cataclysm is separated, you know, like, they just don't want to do it. I get that it would be, like, money and effort. But then you can maintenance one game, like SOD, without taking down the other games, and that way, if you break something in SOD, it doesn't affect other versions of the game. It seems like just a no-brainer, like a big win. Separate the different versions, so you can update separately, so there's no bleed over, and so these issues don't happen. The Horde can't mount on Zeppelins now either. I also heard we could mount up on boats, but I didn't test it. But yeah, it might be affecting boats and Zeppelins. I forgot to try. We were on a boat earlier. That's another thing, like, what were they messing with or updating that they managed to break stuff like that, where, like, suddenly you can't stay mounted on the boats or the Zeppelins? Like, what would cause that? What would they even be looking at or tinkering with, or do they even know? I wonder if it's one of those things where, like, they break something and then they don't even really know why it's broke. And then it takes longer to fix because they have to figure out why it's broken in the first place. Maybe they changed the texture to affect mounting and dismounting in the new raid, and that caused issues elsewhere. That's a really good thought. Yeah, like maybe they had to retexture something in the raid to stop people from mounting up or to allow them to mount up, but then that affected textures in other parts of the game. That's probably it. It's probably something like that. Alright, so we're down to 25 Morning Glory Dew. I think now we'll kill all the rest of the Yeti, we'll clear all the way out to the main area, and then we'll come back and we'll take this quest. And we'll do the escort quest, and then we'll head back to Feathermoon Hold, and we'll get everything turned in, and we'll see what's next. Your map icons are huge, like where it shows towns and stuff. I haven't seen that. We had a lot of weird map issues, and then I disabled all of my add-ons. Only once all of my add-ons were disabled did we stop having weird map issues. I even tried disabling just Leatrix maps, but that didn't fix it. I had to disable everything. After the Questy update, Leatrix and Dialogue UI are working correctly. That's good to know. Yeah, I think by tomorrow everything will probably be updated. And then everything will be fine. I'm just gonna keep mine off for the rest of the day. We'll be a little bit more vanilla than we normally are. So, nothing wrong with that. The Questy update fixed some of the map issues. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna kill this guy and then I'm gonna go start the quest. If I wait too long, if I clear too much out here, we're gonna have respawns back inside the cave. Probably be a good idea to get all of our mana back before we start. I'm really happy that he moves fast. Since it seems like we have a little ways to go, we said he was going all the way over here by the water. So yeah, he's moving at a decent pace. He's not moving at a run, but he's moving at like a trot. I appreciate his enthusiasm. Oh dear God. Yeah, I don't know about this. This seems less than ideal. Yeah, I don't know if we can... I don't know if we can kill all these guys. And they're gonna kill him, like, right now. Like, he's basically toast. Alright, we have all the aggro again. I had to blow lay on hands there. There's just not really a good way of dealing with this many. So if we have to do any more packs of 4, we're probably screwed without any other, like, real big cooldowns to pop. This pull might still be sketchy unless we start regenning some serious mana. I can pop a potion. We can do a heal. The bear was extra. I almost feel like if it's weird, and I know the game doesn't work this way. It almost felt like the bear was attacking the Yeti as they ran by, and then he kind of like pulled along with them. It was a weird situation. So yeah, I don't know what to think about it. This thing is probably going to run off without really letting us get any mana. Also, like, oh, he's dead. Like, he gets hit again, he's toast. Can I heal him? Oh, he's regenning. Okay. He's regenning. Let's go ahead and heal ourselves. Yeah, this is questionable. I hope that we don't have to deal with like too many more packs like that. So I don't know if we can survive another one of those. That will help. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's pull that out to the bar. 2 more 3-packs. I appreciate the help. Thank you. So apparently we got 2 more 3-packs. Yeah, so this quest is not really solo friendly. It's not solo friendly. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we got PvP'd. Nice. Nice. Okay. Well, then. Yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, look at this. Oh, they were seconds too late. They were seconds too late. Hey, Alexandria, thank you so much for trying to help me out. I'm sorry that I got you killed. Yeah, the chicken made it. Oh no. Alright, well. That's how it happens. Don't release yet? Way too late. Way too late. Yeah, let's just get back to our body. I think we fail that one when we die. Yeah, I think if you die, you fail it. So we will not be doing that one today. But at least we got the 3,900 XP for the initial turn-in. That was the mage's shaman from an hour ago. Yeah, maybe. Could have been a little bit of revenge. How am I getting to my body from here? Let's see. Yep, that's fine. It's obviously a bit of a bummer, but we'll be okay. Luckily, I was heading back to town anyway, so yeah, we're just gonna continue on to town. They're probably still hanging out somewhere. We can loot. Looting is good. Alright. To the boat we go. I think it's going to be faster just to swim. Like, basically, if the boat's not right here when you arrive, it's better just to swim it. It feels more tedious to swim it, but if you can't fish, which we can't fish here yet, then it's better just to go. They attacked us in Stranglethorn a week ago? Maybe. I didn't even... It was so fast, I didn't even see their names. They were level 51. Yeah, in a one-on-one fight, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. But with two of them, and then, like, I think, like, the shaman have this ridiculous ability to crit. And if a shaman crits you, like, they're gonna crit you multiple times back to back, and you're just gonna melt. Yeah, I must have got crit by the shaman. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Lightning bolt hits for 855 nature damage critical. Chain lightning hits for 285 damage critical. 168 of that was overkill. It was 2 lightning bolts and a chain lightning. That's what killed me. Before that, it was just the NPC hitting me. And we got hit by 2 lightning bolts back to back. And then we got crit by the last lightning bolt and crit by a chain lightning. And then we were dead. It's basically 100% crit chance, yeah. Yeah, they just crit the crap out of us. We do tend to see a lot of the same people. I'm becoming too popular? I don't know. I think these are just people playing the game who come across me and they kill me because they are the opposite faction. It never really feels like they're like specifically targeting me or trying to grief me in any way. It just feels like we're running across these people and we're PvPing and we're getting killed. I don't mind. What else? Yeti hide. Yeti hide turns in over this way.
Hey there. Safe travels. See you around. Have a good one.
There we go. That is level 46.
See you later.
Alright, let's have a look. Yeah, I guess we're going all 5 points into Vengeance, obviously. So yeah, there's not really a big question. We'll go 5 points here. We'll grab Repentance. and then we'll see what we have left over after all that. As far as what we want to do next, I really don't know. What do we want to do next? We have Hinterland stuff, we have Tannerus stuff, and we have some Stranglethorn quest outstanding. The ones back in Stranglethorn, they're either elites. This one is not an elite quest, but it's really hard to do solo. We could go after the missing courier. We have the next rank of Yeti. I believe those Yeti are up here. Maybe we can just come over here and do this. And just like take on these Yeti. The missing courier, I probably should have got him. I feel like maybe he's over here. Maybe he's somewhere in the high wilderness. Yeah, I think he's in the middle of like in the middle of a camp. It's like a bag we have to grab or something. Yeah, I don't remember the exact location of that one. But we could potentially go after the Yeti. The first part of that courier quest is down the coast. Oh, okay. It's like over here, right? Yeah, and then I think the second part though takes us somewhere else. I remember gnolls, like there being a gnoll camp. Are we gonna make this boat? Yep, there we go. We cannot stay mounted on the boats anymore. Yep. I wonder when they'll get that fixed. Yeah, that particular bug went into the game today after they did the patch for Season of Discovery. This is a new bug. The best kind of bug, the new kind. That's right, this guy also has quests.
Interesting.
Zapped giants.
Glad I could help.
Fuel for the zapping.
Back.
Oh, these are within our range also. The elementals though are level 48. Do we want to work on this now? We could fight our way down to where the satchel's at. And just kind of see like how tough these guys are, what the drop rate's like. If they beat the snot out of us, then we'll wait a few levels. We don't have to do this now. But they might be okay. They have a knockback. I have to have so many characters by now. What happens to all of them? Have you ever read the book or seen the movie Old Yeller? Yeah, it's a process very similar to that. The reality is, most of my classic era characters were hardcore characters, and a lot of those died by the nature of hardcore. But yeah, we take the other ones outside behind the barn, and we deal with them that way. This seems like a bad place to be. Okay, that's a little better. Patrick, thank you so much, man, for the $10 super chat. Very generous of you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad we were able to play Classic today, too. Because when we first started today, we were playing Kata. And I was not having a great time. As much as I wanted to be here and hang out, I was not having a great time playing Kata. So we got really lucky. Let's see... Yeah, I grabbed the Zapping Giants quest. I feel like we have to do the one quest first. We have to get fuel for the zapping so that we can zap? Maybe? Oh wait, zap's a fair list. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We're gonna do this one later. Yeah, like these guys are too high of a level. Even the water elementals are a little bit too high of a level for us, but the giants are level 49, so like I think I'll hold off on that one. I think I might hold off on both of these. Yeah, I don't think we'll do these right now. Let's come down and get the satchel. That's actually a lower level quest that we can do. We can fight some of these guys, but I don't know if I'm going to focus on completing this quest right now. See, even this guy here, like, he's level 49. I really don't want to be fighting orange mobs. Yeah, that's just not what I want right now. Oh my gosh. It's the first thorium vein that I've ever seen, and we obviously cannot mine it. We need 245. We're 236. We're 9 points away from being able to mine this. What's my favorite class race combo? Human Paladin or Blood Elf Paladin. Depending on what version of the game we're talking about. Why do I feel like coming down here in general was just a mistake? Let's see. I'm looking for like wreckage. I remember looking for wreckage. There's like a little boat. Maybe I've already passed it. Maybe the boat was like partially in the water. Was that what it was? Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Okay, yep, it was in the water. Got it, okay. And then return to Feathermoon Stronghold. Alright, so this one takes us back to town. I feel like that's fine. I feel like we should probably go back to town. We should turn this one in. We should get the follow-up. After that, Though that might be a good time to do the stuff in Tannerus. I was kind of waiting on level 46 to go down and do all the pirate stuff. So maybe we just go back to town, we turn this one in, and then we can jump on a flight. And then we can come back here later and we can do the water elementals, we can do the giants, we can take on the next Yeti quest. But I feel like all these quests are better for like level 49, level 48, and not so much for level 46. Dwarf Priest. Yeah, Dwarf Priest is another really good combo. Yeah, Dwarf Priest is good. And it looks like we will not be taking the boat back. I mean, Dwarf anything is pretty good. You really can't go wrong. I think I can count the number of gnomes I played on one hand. I played a gnome warlock around the time, like maybe a few months after Classic Era came out. Back in 2019, I played a gnome warlock for a little bit. That was when I realized I couldn't really find the fun in warlocks. We played a gnome warrior in hardcore. That we got killed around level 19 by the Murlocs in Westfall. But I can't think of any other time I've rolled as a gnome. The camera perspective is too low for me. That's my biggest beef. The camera perspective is low, and also if you have ground clutter up like I do, oftentimes you can't even see your character in the ground clutter, because the ground clutter is way, way over your head. And that's my biggest beef with like gnomes. They get lost in the tall grass. And you drown in an inch of water. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I liked my gnome warrior a lot because the gnome warrior was like almost contradictory. You don't often think of a gnome as being a warrior, so that was fun. Oh, these guys have quests too. What are their quests? Talk to Darren Lightwind. Oh yeah, this is the quest to root Darren Village. I should probably head out there. Like, it's a long flight, but I could probably do this on my own. I could probably fly out there tonight on my own and at least see, like, what does that chain into? Because it must chain into something else. I think there's also a quest en route there in a village that we can do in the hinterlands. To pick up those little feathers that we see on the ground all over the zone.
Goddess, bless
So yeah, I should make my way out to Root Theron at some point. Find Marvon, Riverseeker, and Tannerus. Okay.
Goddess, watch your
Just like a Tannerus breadcrumb.
I am listening. Farewell, dear Nadris. Goodbye.
Feel free to browse.
I go to the vendor and I wait for Leatrix to automatically sell my junk, except that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because we don't have any add-ons. He had a mana pot? I will go back. Yeah. We'll go talk to him again.
What brings you here? Farewell. Go in peace. Den Nadris, Ishnuala. Good luck, friend. May the stars guide you. I am honored. Go in peace. Good luck, friend.
What brings you here?
Nice. And I could probably sell some stuff manually, even though that's kind of tedious.
Goddess, watch over you.
Can I assist you?
Yeah, this is the part I remember from the Woodpaw Knoll camps. So that one happens either somewhere out this way, or maybe even in the High Wilderness. But I think it was further east. For now, I'm going to jump on a flight back over to Tannerus, because I think that's the next place that we'll be doing several quests. How much do I want for the wild bite? I'll just send it to you. You can have it. If I can find... Oh, there it is. Right, I spelled that correctly. Yeah, okay, cool. Boop. Either that or it'll sit in my bags. And I'll keep wanting to check the auction house, and I never will.
Can I assist you?
And let's be real, even if I put it on the auction house, it's not going to sell. Because I've had no luck at selling anything on the auction house.
Good luck.
Alright, let's get on a flight. We don't have flight timers. It could be a 4-minute flight. It could be a 10-minute flight. I am going to go AFK really fast in flight. And I will be right back. Apparently it's a much longer flight than I thought. I feel blind without Leatrix. Let's check Curse Forge one more time. See if there are any other updates that I don't have yet. Nope. Okay, let's... Yeah, let's see if we can get some things working now. Yeah. Yeah, everything seems to be fine now. After the questy update, the map is no longer broken. Yep, map is working. We're tracking stuff again. If we look back... There we go, yeah, that's the backpack is in the middle of this area back here. Okay, awesome. Let's see, we have Blessing of Sacrifice, Holy Light, rank 7, and Ret Aura 4. The only thing I really want out of that is Holy Light, rank 7. So I'm not going to rush back to train right now. The other stuff I don't even really care. I don't really think I want to start the pirate stuff today. I feel like when we go down into the pirate area, we're going to be down there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It typically takes a while to... And then we're also looking for map fragments. So there will be 4 random map fragments that we want to see drop. And so if we're doing all that... And I also feel like there's one more quest we don't have. Oh no, there it is. Stoley's Shipment. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff to do down there. Especially if we solo it, we're going to be down there for a long time. So I don't think I'll start that today. I think for today I'm going to grind over here for a little bit on the humans. And then tomorrow we can plan to start things off by going down into the Pirate Cove. We're gonna get double teamed here, obviously. Maybe we run back to town. Maybe running back to town is how this one ends. Yeah, they basically had us with a double team. I think we could have taken the rogue. The rogue wasn't really doing a ton of damage. The fact that this rock is still following us is incredibly upsetting. There's no way he should be following us still. Yeah, you're not gonna get to us. Well, you got to us, but we're pretty close to town. Really, all we have to do is make it to town. Will we make it to town? I don't know. But it'll be close. I can't comprehend why this guy never reset. Yeah, that was the most upsetting part of what happened. Was that the rock chasing us never reset us, and had he not stunned us, had we not been stunned by the rock, this guy would have never caught up to us. That was the worst part. On top of that, running towards the wrong entrance was pretty fucking stupid. If I had ran towards the Alliance people, that would have been a lot smarter. Alright, I understand what's happening. I get it, I get it, I get it. Guys, it's prime time right now. There's lots of people playing. I have dinner in 10 minutes anyway. I am going to call it right here for the day. This seems like a sign from the universe saying this is a great time to stop for today. And look, we've gotten killed so many times that we can't even get our body back. So yeah, we'll stop right here for today. I'm going to park myself at the inn, and then tomorrow, bright and early, at noon 30, we will head down to the Pirate Cove. And, you know, hopefully we'll PvP a little bit less for a little while. We did pretty good today. We got ganked twice there at the end. Besides that, we had a pretty decent day as far as like PvP goes. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for being here and for all of the support. I really do appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good rest of your afternoon or evening. And as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.